Every one of you to our Tuesday, February 21st, 2023 regular board meeting. I would also like to know if there is a pastor in the audience here that would like to come up and do prayer. You can step up now if you like. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we will start with invocation, and from there we will do pledge. I would ask everyone to please stand.
Father God, in the name of Jesus, we come tonight giving you thanks for your many blessings. We thank you, God, for this Colleton County Board meeting on tonight. God, we praise your name and we bless you for what you have ordained for this meeting to be about and the outcome of it tonight. God, we ask a special anointing on the children and the staff of Colleton County High School. We praise you, we claim victory for you, and we know, God, that with you all things are possible. In your precious name we pray. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. You may be seated. Okay, I would like to entertain a motion to approve minutes committee meeting of whole, January 10th, 2023, regular board meeting, January 17th, 2023, a special board meeting, January 28th, 2023, board retreat, January 28th, 2023, board work session, January 31st, 2023. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the minutes for the Committee of the Whole, January 10th, 2023, regular board meeting, January 17th, 2023, special board meeting, January 28th, 2023, retreat, January the 28th, 2023, and board work session, January the 31st, 2023.
Madam Chair,
Before
I
a second is
second.
made, if I may, Mr. Murdoch, ask that the board retreat, January 28, 2023, minutes be changed and amended to change to the start time of 9 a.m. from 6 p.m. as noted on the minutes.
Can I get a second?
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. We will now go to recognition. Sharon Wickens.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. At this time, I'd like to recognize Dr. Kaye for student recognitions and Mr. Blakeney for the Clean School of the Month.
Good evening.
Good evening.
All right, as I do every month, I recognize our students for their wonderful accomplishments. Tonight, we're going to begin with our recognition of our first LEGO League for the Ace Basin qualifier. If our first LEGO League, if you are in the house, would you please stand? If any of our students, as I call your name, would you please approach the front to receive your certificates, please? First place Champions Award Team Squad 59048 Sparkbots from Colleton County Middle School. Team members are Wesley Browder, Rentz Manuel, Gerwin Lingard, Skylar Misso, Cameron Wiggins, Mirava Dewigan, yes, and James Crosby. If I mispronounce your name, I do apologize. We do have students that are coming in. If I miss any one of them, they will, I'll make sure we recognize them before their departure. The first place award, Value Awards team, 17610, the Bear Bots. From BES, we have team members Ryan Smith, Chase Woods, Joshua Finn Groskoff, Nigel Williams, and Jonathan Mark. And we still keep going with second place robot design award, team 9886, Atomic Cougars from Colleton County Middle School. Team members are Tyler Causey, Jason Scott, Aiden Smoke, and Nizier Washington. Those students are not present this evening, but we are recognizing them anyway. Are the rest here? Okay. The following teams advanced to the first South Carolina State Lego League Challenge State Championship last February 18th, 2023 at Dreher High School in Columbia. And these following teams are robotics coaches, Ms. Dewigan, Marilyn Gabriel, Nikita Holmes, Alice Williams, and then those students are from Colleton County Middle. Have they already come? Yeah, they already. All right. And then we have Bells Elementary, robotics coaches, Kawhi Elliott, and Phyllis Murdoch. Please come and be recognized. Thank you so very much. We have a fabulous robotics team, first sponsored by First Lego League.
Dr. K?
And let's make sure that we recognize Mr. Williams
Yeah.
for all of his work. Mr. Williams, would you go shake everybody's hand?
Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Was it fun? That's the important part.
Is that Yair Padilla?
Thank you, Mr. Williams.
Padilla?
Nice job.
Yair?
Thank you for all congratulations. Thank you. Appreciate everything you do.
The young man.
Sir?
The team goes back to Dread this weekend to compete. And we have
Okay.
two semifinals.
Well, you can send that to Jessica in the email.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Our next presentation for tonight is our scholarship winner, and that scholarship winner is for SCADA. It's always very important that you recognize our high school students for their accomplishments.
Yes.
And we recognize Yair Cadillo at Colleton County High School has been selected as the recipient of a $1,500 scholarship from the South Carolina Association for Title I Administrators. Yair, are you here this evening? Okay. Not present, but we'd like to congratulate Yair. And we have a special gift that we will make sure that is sent to Colleton County High School. All right. Moving on to our Superintendent Student of the Month. We have several recognitions this evening. And the first one is for Blackstreet Early Childhood Center, and that is for Angel Ramirez. So let me tell you a little bit about Angel. Angel's family.
Here he comes.
All right. So let me tell you a little bit. So let me tell you a little bit about Angel. Angel's family speaks only Spanish in the home, So he's been working very hard to learn English in the classroom. He tries very hard to understand assignments and tasks. He works diligently to complete tasks and activities. He works well in groups. And he always loves to smile and can light up a room. He works hard in his cohort to speak English. Let's congratulate Angel Ramirez.
That was perfect timing. We can just wait. Oh, you always have to lift him up. Nice job.
The book bag's weighing him down.
I know.
He said, do I have to go quick shake everybody? While Angel is going across the stage, we're going to bring up Maya Campbell from Forest Hills Elementary. Maya, are you in the room? All right, come on down, Maya. So let me tell you about Maya. Maya is an excellent student. She's very responsible and encourages her classmates to do their best. She keeps everyone on task and assists everyone in the classroom with their supplies. She has improved in tracing, using sign language, and reading. She can identify her colors, shapes, and numbers. Maya has improved in her academics. She's a great leader and keeps her classmates accountable. She loves to participate in activities and has been involved in all of the summer programs. Let's congratulate Maya Campbell. Congratulations, Maya. Yay. Jessica, can I congratulate you? All right, next, but is Ethan Britt Hodges here? Ethan Hodges. Ethan is our Colleton County High School student. He's a dual enrollment student at the high school, and he's also one of our super tutors at the high school. He is recognized by his peers as always giving guidance. He always works with everyone. He also volunteers at the Walterboro Animal Shelter and also at the district office with tutoring activities. Let's recognize Ethan Brent Hodges. He's not here tonight because what is Ethan doing? He's at Twilight working. We'd now like to recognize our female student, Athlete of the Month, and that's Haley Craven. Haley, are you here? So let's talk about Haley from Colleton County High School. She's an 11th grade student working a job along with 6 classes. She also plays soccer and juggles 6 different programs and clubs. She's a part of and including in the spring musical at the high school. She maintains all of her grades and is very coachable. She does not lack communication skills, and you'll never have to find a question for her actions or where she is. She's always accountable. Let's congratulate Haley Craven. And then last but not least is Gabe Wolf, our male student athlete of the month from Colleton County High. Is Gabe here? He's making every bit of effort this senior year. He's always the first one on the field and always the last one to leave. He understands the concept of hard work, and he is not afraid to put in the extra hours of work. He's a member and the president of FFA, Future Farmers of America, and has a 3.9 grade point average. Let's congratulate Gabe Wolf. That concludes our recognitions. Mr. Blakeney.
Thank you, Dr. Cave.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Again, it's a pleasure to come before you to share with you the Clean and Safe School of the Month for the month of January 2023. Third place, Hendersonville Elementary School. Second place, Colleton County High School.
Nice job.
And in first place, and the Horizon winner, Forest Hills Elementary School.
Nice job, high school.
I will deliver your other trophy tomorrow morning. Yes, it is about time. Good job. Good evening. That concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Blake.
Hi, how are you doing?
Way to go, Forest Hills. You're welcome. Madam Chairperson, that concludes the recognitions.
Thank you. We will now go to public input. Go ahead. Yes.
Guidelines for addressing the board. There is nothing in the law or anyone here that prevents you from saying anything you wish to say. Please try to refrain from commenting on any pending student or employee discipline or grievance matter. What you say will become public information, which is subject to the Freedom of Information laws. If you choose to call specific employee names, we suggest that you do not. It's the board chairperson's duty to inform you that you could be subject to defamation laws according to your statements. Present your comments without using offensive language or making comments in a disrespectful manner. School district policy allows you 3 minutes for comments. Board members and the superintendent are not required to respond to your comments. If additional information or follow-up is required, the board chair or designee will contact you at a later time. We thank you all for being here.
Linda, you will take, okay, thank you. Our first person, our first input, public input will be Ms. Rolat Butner.
Good evening.
Good evening.
I would just like to say that as a grandparent of 9 kids that is in the school district, I am very happy for the programs that Dr. Cave has implemented and programs that she has done because it has affected my children greatly. In the community, I get a lot of conversations and I get a lot of people inboxing me like you do. And one of my biggest concerns was an email, a message that I got that one of our school board members had posted. And I really feel it's inappropriate for a school board member to encourage disgruntled employees to inbox them their complaints. There is a guideline for disgruntled complaints, and I don't think you follow the guidelines. And it's very crucial that you do, because you're not doing it. In the 3 months that you have been here, you have done nothing for the children of Colleton County. And I'm at every meeting. You have done nothing for them. Your hidden agenda has only been the topic of conversation here. There was a video shown that said they elected you to do what they want you to do. And I think it's really sad today if you terminate Dr. Cave, she's been here for a year and a half, and she has made some positive gains. And to say that 100 teachers left this district, that is incorrect. It wasn't 100 teachers that left. So maybe you should check your facts when you say that. I would like for you to do a good job for all the children of Colleton County, not for just a select few or just for ones that inbox you. When you say inbox me, don't put it on Facebook. But you went on Facebook to do it. That was very inappropriate. Very inappropriate. I thank you very much.
Thank you. I need everyone to stay calm. Mr. Leonard Daniels. All right. Please speak into the mic, okay?
Praise the Lord. It's an honor to be here, you know.
Pull the mic up for closest.
It's an honor to be here tonight, and I feel that honor is about the children. I'm a business owner in this community. I came up in the same school system. I was a troubled child, and some positive peers in the community invested time in me. H&D Grocery, Miss Della, Judge Smokes, Ashley Does, and the list goes on. And I'm a part of the Colleton County Commercial Farmers Market. And I came up here tonight to say, for once in my 48 years, I felt like we were going somewhere. That's why I came. I got off from work. I came. I hear in the community, I deal with the community a lot. Kids seem like for a very long time they became first priority. I feel like Dr. Cave been here a year and a half. I joined not really knowing her very much. I met through the program of Cougar Nation. I go to the high school. I sacrifice my job, my business. I have 250 grocery stores depend on me to stock them with my product. I take off every time I can, go to the school. I got motivated by this program that Dr. Cave, Mark, and the school, I've got acquainted with the officers up there. You know, it seems like I really feel a part of the school. It's not about, you know, I just feel like it shouldn't be about confusion. It should be about the children.
Correct.
You know, what a person does, it speaks for them. We see changes, and that's the only reason I'm here for that. I didn't care who it was, as long as they're bringing changes. And I think if you've only been here a couple of months, adversity to somebody that's been here a year and a half, she haven't had enough time for us to really see what all she can do. But she's done enough already. God bless y'all.
Thank you. Miss Katie Berry.
I am here tonight to express my concerns over changes being made to the school transfers this year. My oldest son attends the middle school, but he was granted transfers to Blackstreet and Forest Hills for kindergarten through 5th grade each year due to childcare. Due to childcare and being in a location closer to family if any problems arise. My youngest son was granted a transfer to Blackstreet for kindergarten with no issues. Last year, I requested the intra-district transfer to Forest Hills. Our request was denied for reasons that, according to district policy, can only be denied by the board. I sent supporting documents and an appeal letter to the superintendent. The request was again denied with no reasons given and no further instructions that it could be appealed through the board. I was able to do my own research, and I found out how to do that appeal. At that step, my son received approval to attend Forest Hills with his peers from the board. In the past, a packet was sent home with my children to renew the transfer each year. This year, I have yet to receive it. I was listening to the committee of the whole meeting last week when Ms. Whitkin raised concerns about our intercity schools not being open for school transfers. When asked the reasons, they were based on the number of students in the other schools. It's driven by enrollment projections, and the outlying schools have greater capacity for transfers. This said nothing specific about why no transfers would be allowed to the city schools. If it has to do with the proposed changes in the school district, my child is already included in the Forest Hills population. And he is thriving, by the way. Hudson has had honor roll first and second quarter, and he has earned terrific kid for the first month he was there. He loves his classmates, and he enjoys helping others when they have trouble understanding an assignment. He has no attendance issues, no behavior issues, and he loves Forest Hills Elementary School. The reason we asked for transfers is due to childcare both before and after school for both of my children. And so my husband is less than 5 minutes away where he works. He is 5 minutes from both children should any needs arrive. I work out of town at a dental office in Hampton and Ridgeland. I am hoping the board can address these concerns and come up with a better solution for my family and the other families that need transfers and have legitimate reasons while using these transfer system as it is intended and as it is written in the Colleton County District Policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I will have Greg Dixon.
Hello, everyone. Hello. My name is Greg Marcel Dixon. I'm not from Colleton County, but I'm your neighbor. I'm from Jasper County. It looks quite similar to Colleton County, similar issues. I have relatives in the Colleton County School District, but they're distant and we don't speak every day. But a friend asked me to come here because she's so disturbed by what she feels is happening as an injustice, so she wanted me to be here with her. And, you know, we all say we respect Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Just a few days ago, we were all quoting him. Well, I'm going to give you a quote from Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I may not be from here, but I don't have to be from here to care. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, an injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere, okay? I did a little research on Dr. Cave. I've been a teacher for almost 20 years. I was an award-winning teacher. I'm sure Dr. Cave knows about EVOS 5. It was a ranking system they used to do in South Carolina, from 0 to 5. I was a rank 5 teacher 6 years in a row. I was a district teacher of the year, school teacher of the year. I won student bonuses in Jasper County, where the students perform far below grade level, typically speaking. We have far more challenges, I feel, academically than what y'all have here in Colleton County, and I'm from Jasper County. And I said I'm not going to stay in Jasper County just to do what I've always seen done in Jasper County. I know it, and I was dismissed from my job. My director said that I was an angry black man. It's because of unfairness that what I've heard is happening here. Why, hell, I probably am an angry black man. Now, I want to say, I'm not going to say that what's happening is about race, but the thing that scares me, you can't say that it's not about race. That's the problem. And I know that makes people uncomfortable. I live in discomfort every day. An airplane can't fly with just one wing. It can glide for a while, but eventually it's going to come crashing down. A car will not get far unless it has all 4 tires. So what happens to you or what happens to you should be just as important to me as if it was happening to me. So I will say that everyone needs to move with fairness, because don't think that because it's someone else today, it can't be you the next day.
Thank you. Ms. Reverend Shirley Pinckney.
Good evening. Good evening. I'm Reverend Shirley Pinckney, pastor of St. John AME Church in Cottageville, South Carolina, a part of the Beaufort district for which Our Reverend Philip Anderson is our presiding elder. When we observe the achievements, the students' positive growth between the school years of 2021-22 and 2020-21 in content areas, in the ACT work keys readiness, the end of the year increase in performance in algebra, biology, English 2, United States history with the C above average, the ready to work, win assessment performance of 33.30%, Dr. Valerie Cave's community interaction with children and participation in community events, we can see the educational nurturing and motivation of a woman, an educator, a community activist who believes, as Socrates did, education is the kindling of a flame, not the filling of a vessel. Across the county, many persons see Dr. Cave as one who believes strongly in political, social, educational, economical, and personal changes where necessary. And she takes an active role in providing, supporting, implementing, and promoting educational with activities and programs that guide children for life itself, not preparation for life, as John Dewey has stated. In the short time that she's been here, she has lit a fire of untapped knowledge and creativity in the minds of the children and the staff, and have given birth to challenging ideas to help both students and teachers lead a richer, and a fuller life, and to develop the whole person. For she knows and lives an Aristotle philosophy. Educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all. Dr. Cave knows that there is much work to be done and more accomplishments to be made. That is why she has the passion to expand the flame for which she has kindled in Colleton County, in order that our children and our teachers would not become just filled vessels with fixed shapes and sizes and limited resources, but that they will overflow magnificently and successfully, believing, as an unknown writer once said, success comes in cans and failure comes in can't. Thank you.
Thank you. Reverend Jack Lewis, Jr.
Good evening.
Good evening.
School board members, Dr. Cave, and to everyone present this evening. I'm not going to be long.
But I'd like to ask a question. Has the board looked at the progress?
Wait, hold on just a second. We
Yeah,
did
can't
this mic
hear
down
you.
maybe, or?
What about that?
Make sure the light is on there.
You can have
Just
this.
a moment, we'll get you another one.
I would like to reclaim my time.
Okay.
All right. Question, has the board looked at the progress made under her Dr. Cave's leadership and seen the impact it is making? For example, the original Six Foundation, created in 2011 by former South Carolina Governor Nikki Haley. The original Six Foundation worked to ensure that all children, regardless of background, are able to receive the excellent education. The 06 Foundation has partnered with Colleton County School District to provide resources for initiative boosting literacy and the creation of after-school programs. Also, the foundation realized the importance of summer reading as a means to create a love of literacy in the young children. To this end, this foundation provided nearly 5,000 books to students at Blackstreet Elementary School Center, Bells Elementary School, Cottageville Elementary School, and Hendersonville Elementary School. And on May 20, 2022, The 06 Foundation has established 3rd through 8th grade special after-school program in the Colleton County School District, which will offer homework assistance, studying tips, and interactive activities and classes led by certified teachers. And through this foundation, partnership, and others like it, Colleton County School District will continue to offer the myriad of sources ensure student academic. And may I quote partially of Fannie Lou Hamer, when she said, "You can pray until you faint, but if you don't get up and do something about it, God is not going to put it in your lap." And that's why we're here tonight. And another thing, I'm mindful of what Joseph said to his brothers when he met his brothers. He said, "What y'all meant for evil, God turned it into good." God bless you.
Mr. Timothy Dillinger. Hi.
Hello. Hi.
Hello.
Is that better or worse?
You good?
Better. Okay. Excuse me. My name is Tim Dillinger, and I had a contract with the school board. I started at the beginning of the school year with a 190-day contract, and after 55 days, was basically not allowed to come back to my class. But we'll talk about that in a minute. A few things I would like to talk about, because I only have 3 minutes, and it seems like I have way more than 3 minutes worth of information to give you. Of those 55 days, one of the things I noticed that is a grave concern to me and other people is the playground that the kids at the middle school have to play on. I don't know if you've ever been out there, but there's literally a parking lot where cars are parked, where dumpsters are filled with garbage. There's no play area. It's all concrete. I'll give you an example of one child that I saw. It was his first day of school. And he wanted to impress everybody, and he brought a brand new basketball. And I looked at that kid and I thought, one of two things is going to happen. Either you're going to make friends or you're going to make enemies. Well, he made enemies because he got hurt by one of the kids who refused to actually tell him that there was a pitfall for him to fall into. And so right at the edge of the parking lot is literally a knee-deep gash that is probably longer than my arm, because I never put it in there to actually check because I was afraid of what might be on the other side, where the concrete is literally deteriorating to the point that it's unsafe to stand on. That, being eroded and washed out, has created another issue out there in the parking lot. If you would take any of the money that we misuse and use it for a proper reason, it would be to provide a safe play area for the kids during their recess time. If you want them to learn, you have to allow them that social time. You have to allow them a safe place to play. The day that I was there, in fact, on the many days I was there were cars that would drive through what is literally a kid's parking lot to play in. There's no markings out there. There's no basketball. There's no equipment. There's no nets. There's no place for kids to sit and socialize. It really needs to be addressed. So if you're going to spend money on something worthwhile, spend it on the facilities that the kids go to. I know I'm running out of time, and I have so many things that I would like to mention. I have 30 years. I would love to meet with the teacher who was here a little while ago, because he and I think I have a similar background. I have 30 years of experience in schools. I graduated from college in 1993.
Thank you.
And in that time, this is the worst school I've been to. Thank you.
Mr. Dwayne Buckner.
Well, good evening.
Good evening.
Thank you all very much for the opportunity to address the school board. My name is Dwayne Buckner. I'm from Walterboro, grew up here. I practice law here. I'm here tonight because I care about this district. I had 3 children who graduated One is in the 11th grade and will be graduating, so I care about what's going on in the school district. And the issue of race keeps coming up, and I just want to get some clarification, just ask some questions, because in my, quote, 50 years of life, I've known this district to have at least 3 white men as superintendent, Dr. Bill Kaysen, Dr. Charles Gale, and Mr. Smoke. In terms of African-American women, we've had Dr. Leela Williams, Dr. Cave, and I believe there was one lady after Dr. Kaysen, I cannot remember her name, but she was a very, very sweet lady. And I do believe we had one African-American male, Dr. Foster. So based on that, on those facts, and again, I was away for a while, so if I'm missing a few, please let me know. But I can conclude that at least in the hiring of the superintendent of education, I don't see, based on those facts, any racism or inequality in terms of hiring. And so I would conclude that in the termination of the superintendent, that there would not be any racism or inequality, sexism, or anything like that, unless the facts suggest otherwise. And tonight, if anybody's got any facts or evidence to suggest that whatever's going to happen tonight, or whatever decision is made that is based on race, then please share that, because I would like to see our community work together, black, white, for the best interests of the children. And in making your decision tonight, and I'm going to close with this. 1, what's in the best interest of the children? 2, what's in the best interest of the faculty and staff, because without faculty and staff, there's nobody to teach the children. And 3rd, what is in the best interest of the community as a whole? And I would ask that that guide your decision tonight. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. My next person, I'm not sure if it's Shamar Stevens, Shametta. Thank you.
It's Shamara.
Shamara, okay.
And I'm telling you, I am kicking myself in the butt as I walk up here, coming behind everyone else. First of all, good evening.
Good evening.
I am not a public speaker, so I'm just going to go ahead and apologize for any rambling that I may do. At first thought, I was like, I do not have a dog in this fight, because prayerfully, in 4 months, my son will be crossing the stage. But then I had to remember that I have nieces, nephews, cousins, and friends that will remain in this district. I'm a product of Ruffin High School, so we just gonna keep that closed right there, because that's another story. But what brought me here tonight to actually speak was I saw a video. And one of the things that came out was that 100 teachers walked out. And it was because of Dr. Cave. I don't know anything about her. I read some things, I saw some things across Facebook, but I will say this. The first thing when it comes to teachers walking out, let's talk about that. Because there's a difference between a job and a career. And when you do a review of people, the top reason that someone will leave is because of pay. Right?
Right.
We gotta agree on that. The second thing, as an educator, no, let me back up. Pay in Colleton compared to neighboring counties, that's why teachers leave. Because they can go 15 minutes down the road to Dorchester County and get paid more. The second thing is behaviors in these classrooms, having to deal with the behaviors of kids and their parents. So now you want to pay me less and you want me to deal with the behavior of kids and their parents. The third reason why instructors left, COVID. Because of COVID, not too long ago, we would not have been able to stand on this platform and speak without being covered. But we're not even going to talk about the fact that some of you didn't even want masks in the classroom. No, it won't stop it. It won't prevent it, but it can reduce it. Lastly, again, we're talking about the difference between a job and a career. We go on, when we're trying to get this career, We fill out the questionnaire. They ask you, are you a team player? Yeah? And they're going to ask you, can you adapt to change? These people left because of lack of accountability. That's why they left. Because most times you don't want change. Dr. Cave came in, maybe she was a radical, but she made change. From our understanding, we were below average, and now we're above average. Now, Mr. Buckner, he said about the race, I'll be the one to talk about the elephant in his room as I walk off, because I remember the black face. And ignorance is no excuse. So lastly, as my 30 seconds in, I will say a vote to remove Dr. Cave will be a vote to derail the progress of the educational strides that we in Colleton have made. Thank you.
Okay, next we will have Mr. Elroy Hedden.
What did he say?
Mr. Davis.
I would like to address a few things. I want to start with a quote that says, "A man is but a product of his thoughts. What he thinks, he becomes." Mahatma Gandhi. I would like to start this evening by just going through a few things that I did a little research on. First, I want to start with the fact of one of the things that the young lady just addressed prior to me. When Dr. Cave took the job of being the superintendent here in Colleton County, we had 4 priority schools that was on the state's, what I call the hit list, the list that was deemed to be taken over by the state. Since she has been in office as the district's leader, we are now down to 2 priority schools instead of 4. That's a big margin to say she's only been here for a year and a half. Not only that, one of those schools is not only no longer on the priority list, they're not on the list, period, which is Bells Elementary, has been completely removed because they are now averaging what is known as a good. And if you don't know what that is, you can visit the State for Education website and they can enlighten you. Also, since Dr. Cave has been the superintendent here in Colleton County, she has implemented several grants, and I will go through them for you. She has implemented or had made contact to get us the Arts Now grant, Summer Learning Grant, After School Community Partnership Grant, Waterford Early Learning Grant, the Mindfulness Grant, and also a grant to do what is one of our new programs, Decoding for Littles. Now, everything that Dr. Cave does, do we know if it's going to work? No, because what worked over here may not work over here. But by trying it, just the only way for you to be able to find out. My grandmother always said, sometimes you should try it, you might like it. But I'm going to say this evening, her trying it, maybe she's discovered that it's worked. If you look at our test scores, is it all going to happen overnight? No. After doing a little research, I determined that it has been, studies have been proven to show that it takes 3 to 5 years, I repeat, 3 to 5 years for a leader to come into a school district and make any changes that are positively impacting the district. And I want to put a sidebar in there that Dr. Cave has only been here for a year and a half. Now, I never was a very good math scholar, but that's not quite the time frame that she needs to make a change or a dynamic impact in this county. Dr. Cave was hired here because she was a transformational leader, which means she has what it takes to make a change in a community. Now, that is my timer. That means that I have about 4 more seconds. So I want to end by saying, please vote smart and vote for what's in the best interest of the students and the faculty and staff of Colleton County. For my last 2 minutes, I would like to take that in solidarity for the 1.5 years that Dr. Cave has been with our district. Thank you.
Okay, since the gentleman in the back decided not to speak, this will conclude our public input. Thank you. Darryl, did you want to discuss a time for? Okay, we're going to go with new business. Request by the board member for district cell phone.
Madam Chairman, I'd like to say thank you to Dr. Cave for the information gathered and shared about the business cell phones for board members. There are many times that confidential, time-sensitive information must be shared, and the best way to conduct district business is on a secure district device and not a personal device, which may be compromised by personal usage. I'm glad to hear that so many of our district staff conduct business securely. And this weekend, while at the South Carolina School Board Association, I found that many of our school board members across the state indicated they too do business with their district and their constituents via business cell phone. Therefore, I'd like to make a motion to place the expenses of 7 devices for the board members in the 2023-24 budget under board expenses. The necessity and distribution of these devices may be made on a case-by-case basis.
I have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion?
Yes, at this time, I can't see where we really need cell phones when it comes down to the business that we handle here in this district. I use my cell phone probably less than 1% of the time, and I just can't see where there is a need when we talk about spending money, and that would be taking up money that the district could use otherwise. So I'm totally against this.
And me personally, I don't want this cell phone for the simple fact I've been on the board for almost 7 years and I've used my personal phone. So the phone that they will purchase for me, the gentleman was talking about the playground, then you can take that money and put it to the playground. Thank you. If there's no other, I would go ahead for the vote.
You can take mine.
So all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. 4. All opposed? 3. Thank you. In our last meeting, I guess we'll just wait, put this on hold and discuss the secretarial situation later. No, there's no action. We will go now to our policy item for our first reading, 7.01, policy DBJ, budget transfer, and policy, item number 7.02, policy GCLE-R, unencumbered time. Mr. Duffy, would you like to follow up with that?
Yes, ma'am. Talking about policy DBJ, I gave each of y'all a hard copy of that with the red line. If you remember at the last meeting, I had emailed Readout the old version. I went back and looked, and when I did this version, apparently I didn't save it because I can't find where I had it, but I had the hard copy from the policy committee meeting, so I made copies for y'all to look at, and I'll retype those in. But you can see as we discussed last week, the proposed change to the policies at the end of the first paragraph, requiring that the budget transfers be reported to the board on a monthly basis. The second paragraph has provisions for continuing examination of the budget line items during the fiscal year, and a revised or amended budget would be prepared and presented as needed at no later interval than at the January Thank you. Then at the January midterm meeting, the language that's being proposed is language that is similar to other districts that utilize this type of reporting and budget revision process during the fiscal year.
Madam Chair, I make a motion for the first reading to accept the first reading of policy DBJ, budget transfers as described.
Second.
Thanks for the policy committee work on this.
Now that we have a motion and a second, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the first reading for 7.02, policy GCLE and GCLER, unencumbered time.
Mr. Duffy, would you like to update on that?
No update from last week. I think the superintendent and I and half of the other district were in different conferences, and so we did not get together to look at the revisions. If it's okay with the superintendent, I would ask that y'all give first reading tonight, and we can consider the changes in between the additions. Remember, this is a model policy, but they do suggest that we tweak it to meet our needs. So we likely will have some changes to it, not wholesale changes, but some changes. And if you can give that, we're on a time schedule, as we discussed last week, so if you can give that first reading tonight, we'd appreciate it. Is that right?
That's correct.
Dr. Cave, it's okay with you?
That's perfectly fine with me. We'll have about 3 additions that we need to add. Yes.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Can I get a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. We will now go to our second reading for policy 8.01, policy BEDA, board meeting notification.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion that we accept the second reading for policy BEDA, board meeting notification as presented.
Can I get a second?
Second.
I have a second. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you. We will now have superintendent report. Ms. Jones. Call Dr. Cave up. It's you.
Good evening again. I only have 2 items tonight because I did the operational update at our committee of the whole. So there are 2 things that are listed here. It's our calendar, our modified calendar draft, and then we'll have the facility plan. So the modified calendar is up for board action as well as the facility plan. Do you have any questions for me?
Madam Chairperson, I'd like to make a motion that we accept the calendar that was modified and brought back to us at the last board meeting.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Opposed.
Wait, who opposed? You? Oh, okay, we have 6 and 1 opposed.
And the next item is the LS3P, that's the architectural firm that's hired by the school board for the facility study and the facility plan proposal that we presented to the school district, to the Board of Education. Do you have any questions for me? And that just needs board action for us to be able to move forward or for us not.
Okay, do you have any questions? Can I get a motion?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the proposed plan for the facilities study and update.
I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? There is none. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for me.
Do you have field trips? Any field trips?
You want me to stay and keep going with the field trips?
Yes.
All right, got several, so bear with me because it's a lot. but excited for the children to be able to go on trips. FFA, I believe, is my first one. You should have them, so I'm going to try to go in order, okay? So FFA has several in your packet. We have trip 2619, 2623, 2624, and 2625. What would the board rather? Would you like to do all of the field trips one time, or would you like to do them by sections?
That's what I was going to ask. Would it be okay with the whole board if we just did them all at one time? Or if anyone has objection to that?
Fine with me.
It doesn't.
Okay,
Whatever
so
you
would you
wanna
like for me to call them out, or since you've had them, one has been added? So you have that one?
Yeah.
I think we have them all, Dr. Cave. I
Okay.
don't know what
All right.
procedure is, but
I would like for you to just call the ID number out so they
All
can be
right,
aware.
okay,
Yes.
so I'm gonna try to, okay, because I've highlighted them all.
Okay.
So we have 2619, we have 2623, 2624, and 2625. All of those are FFA. And then we have USS Yorktown overnight, that's 2626. Okay. And then we have 2680, that's the Ultimate Teen Summit. And then we have 2723, and that's the varsity wrestling team, and I need to make a note of that one. I'm bringing that before you, but this young lady, we have one young lady who's going to the wrestling competition. We're happy for her, but her family is going to drive her. The reason I'm still bringing it to you is because they are going to stay overnight at the hotel, so I wanted you to make aware. Her family will sign a special agreement for them to drive her up and drive her back. Okay,
Thank
so
you for
but
the
they are staying in the
clarification.
hotel. Okay. And then we have 2765, that's the Student Senate. They're going on a college tour, and I believe that's it. Did I miss any? Okay. Do you have all of those? Okay. I might have missed one because I was trying to thumb through all my pages. I might have missed one. I did miss one. I have the Schools USA, and that is 2752. And I think I skipped the Dollywood trip for the choir.
2671.
2671, thank you.
You're
Yes. Tried to tag them all, yes. Quite a few this month.
Madam Chair.
That's it. Now that we have all of them, can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve all of the overnight out-of-state field trip requests presented by Dr. Cave to the board.
Can I get a second? Now that I have a motion and a second, if there is no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Cave.
Thanks, Dr. K, for mentioning we did have kids going to competition for wrestling, and I know at middle school we had some kids to go to playoffs, right, for basketball. So
We did, we
We failed
did.
to mention that. Hats off to those middle school kids.
Yes, hats off to all of them. Thank you.
Okay, we will move along. Human Resources, Mr. Murdoch.
At this time, I call Ms. Hamilton.
Good evening. I do not have any updates to my report, but I do have an item for us to consider in executive session.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, we will now go to Finance. Mr. Roble.
Ms. Barrett, I think you have some things you need approval for this month. Thank you for your hard work in preparing those reports for us.
Good evening to the board. Please, I have submitted my report. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Do you have any questions?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we approve the monthly revenue update that was presented to us last week.
Okay.
Second.
Now we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? If there is none, all in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we accept the monthly budget report that was brought to us last week.
Can I get a second?
Second.
No discussion? If there is none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Did everyone? 6. All opposed? 1. Continue.
Madam Chair, I would like for us to accept the capital project budget that was brought to us last week.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion? Can I go ahead and, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. We have 4. All opposed? 3.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Barrett, may I ask you a question, please? The budget calendar that it was presented, we have a date that conflicts with the Committee of the Whole meeting on March the 14th. Do you have a proposed change or date for that board budget work session scheduled on the 14th, a change? How do we?
That was just information only to see if you all had any information that you want to put it on a particular date, because I know we already meet twice. I don't know whether you want to do it during this work session or do you want to do it at another date?
If that's open, because it's the first board budget work session, I would think, knowing how much work you've already done on the budget thus far, that it might need its own separate evening. But
Okay.
I don't know what other information will be presented at the Committee of the Whole meeting. I just feel like that's a pretty significant amount of information that might need its own night.
Okay, well, that'll be fine. I'll look at the calendars and get back with everyone and see what a good day for everyone.
Thank you,
And a
Ms. Barrett.
time.
And if it's just a
Okay.
discussion, we can discuss it and have it to the next meeting if there are certain things that you'd be interested in knowing.
Well, I mean, this is the first time that you're going to sit down with the board.
Right. This is
In
the first
discussion.
time I'm going to discuss. Hopefully, I have some projections from the state of what we're going to be getting. We have already finished sitting down with all the departments and all the principals. So I'm going to bring forth their recommendation that they have and updates, and I'm going to bring forth any other state items that we got revenues, including any new revenue that we may be receiving. So basically, whenever dates that you all want to do, just let me know.
Madam Chair, I do think, I agree with Ms. Wickham, just that we don't want to shortchange Ms. Barrett, and we want to make sure she has plenty of time to go over all of those things, at least for this initial meeting.
That's A-okay with me. So we'll just come up with a...
Okay, that'll be fine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barrett.
Okay. We will go with curriculum and instruction. Mr. Irwin.
Ms. Jessica Williams, how are you? Good.
Good evening, board members.
Good evening.
I do have one update to my report. I was asked at the last meeting about the FAs, and I was able to get the information from Mr. Cannon, and I can go over that now, or if you would like for me to send it to you, whatever you would like.
Just from my own opinion, Ms. Williams, if you could just send it to us.
Okay.
And then if we have any questions, maybe we can address those at the next meeting.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions before she sit down?
Do we have?
Ms. Williams, don't we need action for you on the diploma request?
Yes, the Act 155 diploma request, there are 2, and you would need to sign. I think the board chair needs to sign on those.
Okay.
Okay?
Okay.
You
So
need
we
a
can go
motion
ahead.
to approve
We
those?
need, yeah.
Yes, we do
no
need you to
action.
approve those.
Yes.
They have been analyzed by the guidance department at the high school, and those 2 requests have met all of the requirements that they need for their diploma.
Can we do the 2 of them together, or do they have to be separate?
Together, you just need to make a motion to approve the 2 as presented without stating names.
I make a motion to approve the 2 Act 155 diploma requests as presented.
Can I get a second?
Second.
If there is no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Williams.
Operation, Mr. Stavenger.
Ms. Fitch, I don't see her in the audience.
Well, it was only, if there is no update information, then we're good.
She's not here this evening.
And there's no additional report unless you have some questions.
Okay, I would like to make a motion that we go into executive session. Upon returning, we may or may not make decisions. For executive session, we have 14.01, 14.02, 14.03, 14.04, and 14.05. Can I get a motion, please?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we enter into executive session for item number 14.01, employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release and discussion of contractual negotiations related to board attorney, SC Code 30-4-70. Item number 14.02, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release related to employee employment separations, SC Code 30-4-70. Item number 14.03, the receipt of legal advice where the legal advice relates to a pending, threatened, or potential claim or other matters covered by the attorney-client privilege related to the Jewel litigation case, SC Code 30-4-70. Item number 14.04, student admittance release, SC Code of Laws, Section 30-4-70. And item number 14.05, discussion of employment, appointment, compensation, promotion, demotion, discipline, or release related to the superintendent and receipt of legal advice covered by the attorney-client privilege for employment matters relating to the superintendent, SC Code 30-4-70.
We are now in well, can I have a motion, please, for executive session? Can I get the second?
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion? If there is no discussion, all in favor of executive session, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. We are now in executive session. Thank you.
executive session.
Can I get a second?
Second.
We have a second. All in favor of coming out of executive session, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Can I get a motion for 14.01?
Madam Chair, I make a motion to select the law firm of Halligan, Mahoney, and Williams to serve as board attorney and authorize the board chair with the assistance of legal counsel to negotiate and execute the agreement.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
If there is no discussion, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Next.
Madam Chair, I make a motion to deny the request for resignation given to the board on February 21st, 2023.
Second.
All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. So we denied. All opposed? One.
Madam Chairman, I make a motion to accept the recommendations for professional staff employment for 2022-2023 given to the board on February 21st, 2023.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion? If none, all in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous.
Madam Chair, I make a motion that the board authorize the board chair to execute the settlement documents in the Jewel litigation to be presented by the district's attorney.
Can I get a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion?
The settlement amount is $82,230 of unrestricted dollars.
Okay, we have the motion. We have a second. All in favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Unanimous. Okay. Is there anything else that you need to discuss?
Madam Chair, I make a motion that we adjourn.
Can I get a second?
Second.
In favor of the motion, please signify by raising your right hand. Good night, everyone.
There's a